So I think what you're supposed to do for press-ons is that you're supposed to do this. Take the nail, the press-on, press on to this side of the nail. Like put it in the nail, like so, and then do that and peel it while it's inside the nail. If I can get it off, come on. And then you just press it on, like so. Yeah, I think I've been doing it wrong. What I've been doing is I've been putting them on, like the press-on applicator, onto my finger. Like I've been putting these on my fingy first and making it harder for me. Hi, Marshy. Yeah, it kind of snapped with this. I've had this jacket for like a while and I just have never worn it. So work, I guess. Is this one already? I'm gonna put these on and then we're gonna jump in. And then we're gonna jump in. Come on, monsters. I use nail glue with press-ons. Yeah, literally, I would, but every time I buy my... Oh my god, this is Skyward Sword music, and we're about to play Skyward Sword. That's funny. I've lost my nail glue like 3 times now, and I'm like, all right. So the only thing, if I want to put on nails, is these press-on tabs that I've bought forever ago. And I do want to wear nails today. Because I have these like really colorful... You want to hear the tea? Of course I do. Bitch, we're just sitting here. It's like us and a couple people. People are just coming in, so spill it. I'm just chilling. Oh, that's a good coffee. I snapped. I make a mean coffee. I'm a barista. Roleplay when I'm your sexy barista. And you want to give me your number? True. Hi, Harley. I buffed my nails to get rid of the shiny layer. Make mine last a little longer. Yeah, I do that too. Just today, I have no nail glue, which sucks. So I think... Oh, hi, Nicole. Y'all, Nicole made a gorge fan cam of what I asked on TikTok. So excited to show y'all it later. We have 3 on. My choir teacher has a brother who's my age and he's hot, and now the entire choir is down bad and wants to invite him to a massive choir party. I need a prom date, so I'll be making some moves. You better! Please. I need... Honestly, that seems like video game status, like that would happen in a video game. Like, I need that in my life. I don't think I've had, like... Not that I want drama, but I want, like, that silly, like... The silliness of life in my life again. Like, when I made out with some guy with the same birthday and name as me, I need that again. That was funny. His name was not Nemesis. Let's not get that twisted. Okay. This might take a while, but For good reason. I guess I'll just put them all on this side of my fingies first. They're like the same color, so they're cute. That's everything. No, literally, we were at the bar whenever this was, and he was like, oh yeah, like, you're like really hot, whatever. I was like, cute. And he was like, I was like, when's your birthday? It's like March 11th. I was like, no way, that's my birthday. And he was like, what? I was like, what's your name? He was like, Casey. And I was like, what? He lives in Seattle though, so I might see him at PAX West. Hi, Alan. First time here, I must say you're absolutely gorgeous. I feel really gorgeous tonight. I really loved the makeup I did. I don't really get to play around with like colors and makeup and stuff because I get like really uncomfortable with change and it's like scary for me. But I've been really trying to do it lately. I'm really enjoying like doing TikTok trend makeups. I'm really enjoying experimenting with new eye shapes. Cause like I do makeup 5 times a week almost. So I'm like, why haven't I been like messing around with shit? Like why not? You know? And like for me before it was like, oh yeah, I don't want the VOD to look a certain way. Like I don't want the VOD to look like I look busted, which I never want to look busted. But I was like, girl, do you realize like some of your old VODs are already going to be busted because you evolve with your makeup as time goes on, so you might as well just like fuck around with shit. Like I know I'm like talented at makeup, so like why haven't I been like just doing the thing, you know? Like just do it. Sorry, I'm trying to put on these nails. And I'm not being very successful. This is when like if I had a squishmallow, this would all be resolved. I would not be stressed out. Everything would be so much easier. Oh, I don't like that. Stop. Okay. In Ireland, we call house parties gaffs. Oh my god, that's funny. We call tucking panties here gaffs. That's funny. Well, keep me updated, bestie. I want to know. I want to know this journey. I want to know if you make those moves. Good morning, house music. Trying to put on these fucking nails. Go on, you cockadoodie. This is the part that I want to give up and just like put on nail glue. Thank you. I really like my makeup today. Bring it back to my roots of when I did blue. I used to not know how to do neutral tones, so I would do blue, because blue kind of matches everything. Um, So instead of doing like nude, I would always go out with like blue eyeshadow. So bringing it back to the ego days. I'm blue, ba ba bee ba ba bye. Or my blue era, when I would do blue foundation. Can we please? I've been like struggling to get this nail off for like 10 minutes. This is like when I found out what goon means. Haha, stupid. Silly Australians. Silly Marshy. I know, I do look like a news anchor. I definitely felt that. I put on the jacket and I didn't know you could button it because like under this I have like a bra that's like a Y2K bra. And I was like, I put this jacket on and I was like, this looks more like news anchory. So I put like the chandelier earrings on and was like, let's do it. Me, what if I go change into a bob? Then it's real news anchor. I switch into a Karen bob. Blue is my favorite color. It matches my eyes. Me too. If you can see my eyes. Why is this being such a brat? I'm a brat. I'm a doll. Stream Brat by Young Onyx. Please do it. No, I already laid this wig down. It doesn't look like it is, but I did. Like, it is. That's probably why my hair doesn't grow. Because, you know. Hello. I hairspray my hair every day. I'm just gonna say fuck it and just, like... Did Anne make it home safe, tell us? Sorry. It worked. Their parking jobs. Oh, you can drive? I thought you said you couldn't drive. You just don't like to drive? Playing Operation with my nails right now. Yeah, I was like, you don't drive. What are you talking about? Construction paper. So guys, I did find out that for the Minecraft DLC, first of all, the Sonic one sucks. I bought it. It's not fun. I'm not enjoying my time. Very upset about it, actually. But I haven't tried the SpongeBob one. Or the Minions, or the Backrooms. I think Sonic was probably gonna be, like, the worst one. I don't know why I decided to buy it. But, okay, let's play now. Sorry I took so long. Sorry, I have the hiccups. I'm a brat. I'm a doll. Hi, Zeno! Okay, I'm actually really enjoying the Mario Kart stuff, though. Like, I actually really like it. I'd play it again. I forgot how much I love Mario Kart. That should be good. Why is he drowning? Hello? Oh my god, please. Yeah, I want to play Mario Kart Wii again. I need to do that stream that I promised that we were going to do, like, all the Mario Karts. I could do that soon, because we don't really have, like, a set thing right now that we're working on besides this game. I'm gonna turn it up more for you guys. I know it's, like, really... I don't know what, with this game, the, like, audio is, like, all messed up, but... I'm trying my best. But like if it's the game is too loud, I'm not gonna be able to focus on chat. So that's that. Can you go, Link, please? No, yeah, we played the Mario Kart DLC yesterday, and I actually really liked it. It was actually really relaxing. As crazy as that sounds, but it, like, felt good to, like, play Mario Kart. I forgot how much I like Mario Kart, so, maybe expect more Mario Kart streams. I really want to do, when we do the 24-hour stream again, I gotta set it up. I don't know when we're gonna do it. I should probably do it before all these conventions. Maybe we can do, like, a Halloween one or something, for, like, September time, but... I really want to do, like, a Mario Kart. Like, we'll do Mario Kart Wii, DS. There's 2 on the DS. Then Wii, and then 8. Sorry, y'all. If I seem, like, low energy, I'm just getting caffeine into my system. So, I slept until 6 o'clock today. Because we were up late. We were up late playing Mario Kart till, like, 4 in the morning. And then... I decided I wanted to watch Total Drama Island until I couldn't keep my eyes open. And honestly, I deserved that. And I did, so... I was up until like 9 in the morning. And I really don't give a shit. I really don't care. Oh, Nem, your sleep schedule is so bad. Shut the fuck up. I'm literally mentally ill. Like, maybe consider that. Maybe consider that people are not right in the head right now, so that's why I'm up late. Ever consider that? Oh, anybody that's a Resident Evil stan, because we have been playing Resident Evil, all the Resident Evil games, you can go over to my Nexus, but also I just want to let you know, and you can buy the games on Nexus and it supports me and you, but I want to let you know if you're a big fan of the series and you don't have the games, you can buy them. All of the games are available on Humble Bundle right now for $30. You can buy all of the games. 0 to 8 come in a pack. Nope, 0 to 7 come in a pack. But you can also, if you want to support me, because I am a Humble Bundle partner, but you don't get anything from it. It's just me, like, promoting their product. But you can go to Nexus, and that does support me. Hi, Necro. How you doing? Happy to see you. How's your gacha luck today? How you doing? Halloween stuff in September. Yes, I'm going to be doing a lot of September, October content, because I am going to be traveling for TwitchCon. And we do have Bayonetta 3, we have Resident Evil DLC, and there's also another game release in October. So, October is a crazy month, but you can expect a lot of content from me. because that is my month. I do 13 photo shoots, 13 streams every year. It's like my thing of the year. Chopper, thank you so much for 17 months. How you doing, Gorge? What's going on, baby? You're so pretty. Thank you. I don't judge. I'm bipolar. I need to take meds to get to sleep. No, literally, like, I had so much insomnia last night. I was like, oh, I'm still so hungry. And then, like, I wanted more food, and then I wanted more food. Tomorrow, I'm just taking the day off, and I'm literally just gonna, like, I'm gonna go for a walk on the beach. I'm gonna get some good food. I'm just gonna play video games and relax. Will you play the AEW game when it comes out? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, in all honesty, probably, but... Binding of Isaac. Well, it is a Saturday. Yeah, I'm enjoying my Saturday. I definitely wanted to stream today because I don't like missing Saturday streams because everybody's off. We can see everybody. Everybody can pop in because it's a weekend. But yeah. Just a little sleepy because I slept all day, but, you know. It is what it is. I want to play as Jade. I mean, Jade is going to be the selling point of that game. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for resubscribing. Every time I breathe, this jacket, like, pops a little bit. Thanks. I bought this jacket, like, 2 years ago when I was skinny, so... But also, I haven't worn it in, like... I've never worn it in drag, actually. I don't think there's one time I've worn this jacket. I remember you were supposed to do something crazy right here, but I literally don't remember. Oh, you're supposed to do the spin. How do I spin? Did it! Take me to her excellence. It's just a picture of Lois. Peter, I'm stuck in Skyward Sword. Peter, help! I'm stuck in The Legend of Zelda. Can I save underwater? Oh, wow. That's funny. Do I fight like this? Oh! When I accidentally unlock a secret, so true me. I totally forgot about this part of the game. One carrot, taking up time. Vodka in the bushes. I still don't know what you use these for. Like, what are they? 10 years later, and I still have no idea. Wait, I can do a spin like this. Whee! The way Link, like, moans like very sexually when he does the spin. He goes, mm. Like, what are you doing? Enough. I know how to do this. Okay, I missed. Period. Oh, wow. Finally, Marshall. What did it take you, like 3 streams? Oh, well, this is just nasty. How dare you? Where do you think you're going, Marshall? Off the clock. Oh. No, you don't. Not anymore. Family this, family that. When is it my time? My time is all the time, actually. Yeah, we are family. We get to choose our family. I cry like RuPaul in that episode. I cry like Mr. Paul. Mistress Paul. Mistress Pauline. Has anyone called RuPaul Paulina? RuPaulina? Wait. My mind. It's gonna be a map! Oh, we got a raid! Oh my god, thank you, raiders! Welcome in, raiders! Marshall, can you give them a shout out? Thank you so much. I love that I changed that notification from the Great Fairy music because we were playing Ocarina of Time and we were confused about what was a raid and what wasn't. And then now I changed it, and the next Zelda game we decided to play was Skyward Sword, so it's the same thing. I think that was the next Zelda game we played. I think the last one we played Majora's Mask, but that doesn't count. I think I'm just gonna delete those VODs from the internet. Even though, like, everybody says one of their favorite looks is me in the green hat with the freckles and the X on my face. But... save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. So, like, Maddie, do we need to get you a new computer? Like, what is it? What is the tea? What is that? What in God's name? How do we kill it? Oh, Jesus! Oh, yeah, take that. Oh, I killed him already. Easier. I was gonna say easy, but I said easier. So true me. Well, you see. You just hate me? Is that it? I love that I just gaslight my mods. Everybody probably thinks I'm like this horrible bitch. Please, I'm not. There's context. My mods bully me. I get to do it back. That's just Twitch etiquette in general. Your mods are supposed to bully the fuck out of you and you're supposed to bully them back. Like, Oh, I'm about to... I wish you got like a nice, like, sexy Speedo to swim around in this ocean with. Anybody else agree? The way I would literally be the bitch on Drag Race. I would literally get the villain at it. And I wouldn't be shy about it either. Not it going into the wall. Hey, stop! Yeah! I got you. Oh, we got another raid! Well, Marshall isn't a Scorpio. I think he has a star. I think he has another sign in Scorpio, but I don't think he's not a Scorpio. It's about to be Scorpio season soon. I'm scared for us. And Jupiter is gonna be in effect. Like, we're done. We're gonna fucking die. Hi, Luke. Are you a Scorpio? Just another person I think is hot is a Scorpio. It's over. Why is everybody that is so hot a Scorpio? I can't do this. God damn it, Luke. Don't actually say it. No, literally, the Jupiter. I read something that Jupiter means there's a lot of sex happening. A lot of sex. A lot of fucking. I'm like, if anything, I've literally, like, not wanted to have sex more in my life right now. Like, I don't. It's the opposite. How come you're not a Scorpio? Bitch, because I have emotions. Hey, Queen. You Scorpios are scary. You never show your emotions. And if you do, it's so hard to get your emotions. Like, y'all are so guarded and, like, so, like, internally, like, yourself. Yeah, exactly. You hide them, but you hide them so severely that I can never unlock it. Lock it. Got the key and you unlock it. It took me maybe, like, 1.5 years to get my ex-boyfriend to reveal, like, himself to me when we were, like, dating. And bitch, I'm a Scorpio, so I'm like, give me affirmations, give me, like, compliments, give me this, give me that. But Scorpios are like, I like the color you're wearing today, honey. Like, that's it. So if anybody's gonna know about a Scorpio and a Pisces dynamic, is this bitch. Because we talk about it every fucking day. Guys, I'm not even making it up. Like, literally, look at this. Like, Luke literally just walked in, was like, yeah, I'm a Scorpio. What is happening? Now y'all can't be like, Nem, you won't shut up about Scorpios. Bitch, right there! Example A. No, we talk about it literally every day because there's a lot of Scorpios in the chat because like my perfect like alignments are Scorpios, but in like relationship setting, but like in terms of like friends, I have a lot of Gemini friends, a lot of Sagittarius friends, and a lot of Capricorns. No, yeah, water signs are the best signs, I agree. Fire signs are scary. I like air signs though. My bestie's an air sign. Oh, this is the dungeon. We can't go in here yet. Look at the pretty butterflies. It's so pretty here. Look at how pretty it is, chat. It's so gorgeous. Don't you love this game? I catch the butterflies. We're going jellyfishing! Careful, SpongeBob! Careful, SpongeBob! Careful, SpongeBob! What does being a Libra mean? I don't really know. I really don't have like a lot of like I don't really know anybody that's a Libra, honestly. In my experience, never piss off a Capricorn. In my experience, you need to be honest with a Pisces because we will find out and we will murder you. And I'll grab you by the fucking balls and you will tell me what's up. I found that recently too. Like, I found out recently that not only am my brain is huge, but some of the signs are sneaky. Sneaky signs. Scorpio being one of them. And I'm like, I'll find you out. I know what's really going on. I wonder what's that. Wait, no, I think he's a Scorpio. I was gonna say, what was my okay, this is gonna sound bad because I already said that, like, my perfect alignment is Scorpios, but my cousin best friend for, like, life, when we grew up together, I think he's a Scorpio too. So, like, I'm always surrounded by Scorpios. I guess it's just our energy that we just, like, always get along. Because it goes October, November, right? And that's Scorpio season. So yeah, he was a Scorpio. Or is. He's not dead. I hope he's not dead. Do I need to text him? Hey, Joe. Yes! House music. That is the most accurate thing I've ever heard in my life. Scorpios are hot, but at the cost of any form of compassion or empathy. Literally. Scorpios don't give a fuck. No, but y'all don't make that clear either. I think that's your rising. That's not. Scorpios never say anything unless it benefits them. They're like, oh yeah, you're interested in me. Oh, you don't like me. Oh, you like me. I'm gonna keep that to myself until you bring it up to me. Because they don't give a fuck. They're into themselves. They said, okay, you want to find out? Okay, well, I don't like you. But that you have to prompt that as another sign. You have to be like, what's up? And then the Scorpio will be like, okay, I don't like you. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like that. But they'll keep it to themselves until you bring it up. Oh my god, wait, they're like... Wait, guys, look, this is so cute. They're like swimming together like ducks. Oh my god. How cute is that? Synchronized swimming. They're Squidwards. I'm Squidward, I'm Squidward. This blue moment slay. Thank you, Joe. But you're a champion. Never gonna fall. I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna make champion RuPaul 10-hour loop my starting screen music for now on. Hi, Bev. Also, look at this princess. She's so queenie. Wait, she's like a 5'7" twink. She's a tiny top. Wait until you see when she gets big. Okay, I don't know what we have to do for this puzzle, but I'm gonna like surf around. Let's figure out what we have to do. Oh, he's about to drown. Oopsie. But you're a champion. You're never gonna fall. You're a champion. I'm getting emotional. You're a champion, emotional, not clickbait. I haven't like blinked in like a minute, so like let me blink. My eyes are hurting. Did I just see a fly? Oh, we're not doing this. Squidward. Oh. I need a fan. Well, now you finally have one. Sorry, that Alexis... That's an Alexis P. Bevels reference. When I do a collab where I get to meet Darby or Alexis, it's over. Like anyone from IMHO, Chan. If I get to meet Ati Chan, collab stream, it would be over for everybody. Thinking about that one time we were like talking about how much we love Auntie Chan, and then we posted it on Nemesis out of context, and then Auntie Chan was like, wait, what is this video game you're playing? I love them. And then we got an Alexis cameo because Asa booked it. That was slay. With Darby in the background. It was funny. No, RuPaul kind of ate with those lines, those lyrics. RuPaul literally devoured. You like what? You like who? Not him. I was like, my god. Sorry. Mati Matas. I probably should have listened to that because I have no idea what we're supposed to do, but... Queen of skipping cutscenes. What's up, bitch? Ooh! Oh yeah! I love those earrings. I can go here for you. I got these at like Primark or something. Not are these Sumeru leaks, please! Yes. Oh my god, this is the Archon. Link is the new Archon. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're so welcome. I get all my, so here's a good tip. I get all of my earrings from like cheap websites. Like I get them from like Shein, AliExpress, Forever 21, Charlotte Russe. They have like good drag jewels, like big earrings. I don't know why. But I don't buy like the drag queen jewels that are like $80 for a earring set. I'm like, I'll pay like $3 for my dangly earrings that are big and then get green ears and just wipe it off in the shower. Like, you know, it's not worth the extra money to get authentic rhinestones. Like, please. I will wear the fake ones. Yeah. Well, mine are pretty good. Well, it depends on what you buy. I haven't gotten like anything like... I'm not picky with my clothes, especially because I wear them on stream. I'm not wearing them out. So Like, a lot of my Shein products are pretty good for streaming, but it would probably be different if I wore them out to, like, an event. Well, I did wear to GCX, I wore Shein. Both days, actually. No. My gown was from Forever 21. Yeah, I'm waiting for some checks to clear. Waiting for those nice checks. You wanna blame it on the edit. Pennies? So true. I go to the pennies. In the Arvo. I mix this like Irish and or Ireland and Australian. So true. But who knows anymore, because our intel from Australia, he actually isn't from Australia. He lied the entire time. Bev, can you believe that? He lied! Marshall lied about being from Australia. He's not from there. Is he British? Yes. He lives in Big Ben. Hi, Mom. Hi, Default Gwen. Marshall, can you give a shout out to Default Gwen, one of my IRL besties for life? Everybody, please go follow my friend. They just got affiliate. We love them so much. Please follow them. Streaming legend, icon, stunning, gorgeous. Just chatting streamer. She's stunning. She's gorgeous. Please. We've known each other for like so many years. They did one of my first photo shoots in drag. Like literally like the OG. So please go follow them. I appreciate you too. How are you doing today? Thanks for coming in. Hey guys, it's... Do you remember, what was the movie called? Alvin and the Chipmunks. So true. Yeah. Saturday night, it's literally morning for me. I'm having my morning coffee and like, about to have breakfast. Ooh, I should order some food. Order some breakfast food. Just kidding. That'd be impossible, but I should order food though, because I've been craving good food and I've been eating like ramen and popcorn for like the last 4 days. It's been really bad for me. If my sister goes half-seas with me on a PS5, we can get a PS5, and I really want one, but I'm not dropping 500. We can go half. Ooh, IHOP is open. Ooh, but Chinese food is open. Wendy's is open. Dunks is open. Honestly, I kind of want, like... I kind of want breakfast food, if I'm honest. Thinking about the other day when my mom was like, hurry up and order me food, because it was, like, so funny. She was like, I'm hungry now. So funny. I was like, oh my god, please. How do you get frozen yogurt delivered? It's literally gonna be like defrosted and like melted before it gets to your house. Like, why would you even do that to yourself? Not this being like accepts orders until 10:10. It's 10:09. Ooh, but Applebee's fucks. I'm about to fuck up some Applebee's. I don't care. Yeah, I want fries. Why would you say no? Are you silly? Are you stupid? Are you pooping your pants? Do I want a soda? No. You look like a hot newscaster. Thank you. That's what I kind of went for a little bit. Wait. What do you mean chicken tender platter? What's the difference between that and a plate? What's the difference? Why are there two different options? That's very interesting, isn't it? I got the PS5 by scheming one of the Walmarts, by the Walmart Plus prescriptions. Oh, you better. Hello? I don't want pasta, I want shrimp. I should probably ask Jess if she wants something. Alright, enough. Why can't I find this? Is it really the shrimp plate? Like, is it really that expensive? I don't remember paying for that before. That's too much. But I want that. That's what I want. I want the shrimp. Thrilling gameplay right now. Very epic. Very epic gameplay. Oh! The game's about to turn off. It said, you're stupid as fuck. Should I get dunks instead? Like, I don't know. Can you order me something too? Yes, I can. Sure can. Alright, this is gonna be too expensive. Ugh. Well, in Massachusetts, they're open fucking every hour of the goddamn day because it's Massachusetts, it's East Coast. I know some do 24 hours. Is this even worth it? This isn't worth it. The delivery fees, dude. Like, come on. It's not... Okay. I just did all that for nothing, because it's... whatever. I'll just eat popcorn again and fuck myself. All I wanted was a chicken tender plate and shrimp, and it's like, instead of it being the $30 that you would pay, it's like, okay, delivery fees are $6, and then everything else, adding it up to like $45. My god. Can I please... Can a girl just get some dinner around here? Is it that serious? Oh, hi, Lib. Hi, Persona. Okay, I really have no idea where we're supposed to go. Like, I'm lost. I was shocked, honey. I was shocked. I was in tears almost. It's okay, I'll just drink coffee and... I wish I had like a donut, that would be nice. Like a nice breakfast food. I feel like we have to do something in the water that I'm not really understanding, but we'll figure it out. Let's talk to the little fishies. Oh wait, no, aren't you supposed to do like... I made myself a coffee. My mom has a coffee maker and she like makes a fuck ton of coffee, so we just kind of like split it. So I made myself a coffee yesterday and I put it in the freezer so it became like a slushie, and then I was like, oh damn. Because I wanted it to be cold because it was a hot coffee. And then I took a nap and then I left it in the freezer. So I was like, great job, Nem. So I'm drinking a caramel cinnamon coffee. Caramel cinnamon are my faves. Yes, it is. The coffee I put in the freezer that I want it to be cold. At least it's cold. It smacks. Does it now? I've never actually done that. I don't know why I haven't. Maybe I should do that. I can do it later. Okay, so the real question is, can I... Okay. I wish I would have listened to Fee. Like, what did she... But I do detect a... Oh, there's a cube here? Yeah, I'm trying to get off of... I mean, I don't drink energy drinks. I don't do that. I drink G Fuel and coffee. But if I did, I would say hypothetically that I'm trying to quit them. So yeah. Thanks so much, Marshall! I hope you have a great day! Goodbye! Now what are we gonna do? There's no mods. Get him, house music. Get him. Get him. Make him feel sorry. Have fun at Big Ben. Oh, he's gonna have fun with Big Ben, alright. Oh yeah, he is. Bottom. Sorry. Huge Ben. Enormous. Big cock. What? I don't know what I just said. Where am I? We have a mod, but they won't be able to approve auto mods, so everybody behave. Slay. We won. Okay, so... Struggling. Struggling to hold on. Do you know what to do? Alright. She literally just said this area is dangerous. That's it. I asked for a hint, not the obvious. Okay. Thanks! Wait, do that. Do that again. I like the way it walks. It's so cute. Sorry. Oh, queen. Wait, I think I promised y'all last stream that I did. I promised an itinerary of what's happening for the next couple months because I did say it's going to be kind of busy. I think I did write it down. Hold on. Our schedule for stuff happening. I did. Oh my god, I'm about to throw up. Okay, so August 18th, We Are OFK debuts. It's a episodic indie game. It's queer, about music and queerness and like everything queer oriented. It also has a lot of people of color. It supports trans lives. It does like everything. It's an amazing game. I'm excited to play it. So we're gonna be playing that episodically. So I'm not sure how long the first episode's gonna be, but it should be enough to do a stream about it. And they come out every week. So it'll be August 18th and then the week after, depending on what days I can stream. So we are going to be doing that. And August 23rd, the new Saints Row game debuts. My issue with this is that I definitely want to play it, but I don't know if I want to spend the money. So if you do want to donate to the cause, definitely do that. But we will be playing it because I have played all the Saints Row games before. We tried streaming it, but since I've already played them before, it's kind of dry for me. So I definitely want to play the new game when it comes out at the end of the month. So we will be playing that as well on the 23rd because it comes out on the 23rd. From September 2nd, September 1st to 5th-ish, I will be out of office. I won't be streaming for about 4 days because I'm going to PAX West. I will record and vlog my journey and upload it on YouTube like PAX East. If you haven't watched that, you can go over to my YouTube channel and watch that. It was a very fun time. And then when I get back from PAX West, we're going to start doing Halloween stuff. I know it's a little early for Halloween stuff in September, but I'm not going to be able to do 13 streams in October. I need 2 months to do it successfully. Because, like, I'm not going to be able to do photo shoots, concepts, and 13 streams while TwitchCon and Bayonetta 3 are coming out. So we're going to start earlier. I will be away from October 7th to 9th for TwitchCon. If you're going to TwitchCon, I'd love to meet you. It's in San Diego, so come to San Diego. I'd love to meet you at TwitchCon. I'll probably be out and about. Like, you don't have to go to the con, but I would definitely suggest going to the con because I'm going to be there all fucking day. And then there's also an after party. So that's that. Oh, the extra games. So you know how I was talking about Bayonetta 3 and Resident Evil DLC come out on the same day? There's another game that comes out the same day, and it's Gotham Knights. So the end of October is a crazy busy schedule. I think I'm going to be doing 3 streams in a row. depending on what happens. But I definitely want to play Gotham Knights. Definitely going to be playing it. So, October's going to be crazy. Just bear with me. Bear with me. The early parts of October and September, though, as well, we're going to be playing Bayonetta 1 and 2. And I do have a sponsored stream coming up, so if you could come out to that and hype me up, it'd be great. You'll know when it happens. But it is a sponsor that we've done before, so... Hi, Daniel. How you doing? But that's my schedule for the next couple months. What does this do? If this is your first time on my channel experiencing 13 streams of Halloween, I hope you're strapped in and ready, because it's a good time. It's a very good time. You can watch my other VODs last year. It's my favorite time of the year. I get to experiment with looks. I get to go out on some looks. The photo shoots are great. It's just a good time. I really am a champion. You're a champion. You're what? Anyways. Oh yeah, don't worry. They'll be uploaded to YouTube so you can watch them after they air. Is this game any good? I'd say yeah. I'm just stuck. Like, I don't know what to do right now. What? I'm gonna look it up. Okay. I'm gonna go get more coffee while you guys are doing that. Skyward Sword, Farron Woods, Water Temple. It's called Lake Floria. Oh, we're like halfway done with the game. That's not bad. For the amount of streams we've been doing. Okay, I didn't realize you have to go back to the temple, but we have to go back to the temple, so. Yeah. Did you see she returned the other day? Annoying. Oh, I will be honest though, I love Liv as champ, but she needs to pick it up, because they were cheering for Rhonda the other day, they were booing Liv, and then like, I honestly, like, I love Liv, but I would die to see Shayna versus Rhonda. That'd be a good rivalry. I think it would be good. Like, I feel bad for Liv. Okay, I'm just gonna go the other way, y'all. Is there another way? There isn't. Okay, great. No, literally, it was so good. I just feel bad. Like, I can tell, like, it's going to Shayna. Like, it looks like Shayna's gonna be the champ again, especially with Triple H in charge. I know Triple H wants Liv to shine, but I think he wants Shayna to shine as well, because Shayna's literally been mistreated for years. And she was, like, the biggest name in NXT. And, like, she's now just, like, mid-card. No, I don't think she would be a good heel at all. She needs to stay babyface. Get off me. Get away, you freak. Oh! I thought there was a rope there. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, like... It's weird. Liv's the champ, and I'm like... Like, what's happening? Like, what is the tea? Do they have plorts? Probably. Not like me, though. My tight pink plort. You see my tweets earlier? I honestly don't understand, like, how people can just, like, have sex, like, all the time. I'm like, girl, you, like, I like food. I like to have my days to myself. Like, some guy on Snapchat that I don't even know, like, he added me forever ago on when I had Grindr or whatever. He Snapchatted me this morning and he was like, hey. I was like, hi? He was like, yeah, I'm not doing anything tonight. You wanna, like, meet up? And I was like, no. Like, he's like, I don't have work tomorrow. I'm like, I don't care. Like, what do you mean? Like, you think I'm gonna, like, waste my night away to get some dick? And then you don't want me to eat all day? And you want me to clean? There's too much work with sex. Like, honestly, I saw something else too that was like, oh yeah, just be gay because you can just go out and get your dick sucked, but with a girl, you need to, like, wine and dine her and, like, meet her family, and then you can get your dick sucked by her. Honestly, I'm the latter. Like, you're not getting any of that until that. Honestly, like, I'm tired of, like, hookups, making out, all that stuff. I'm like, I can... If you want me at my best, you can get me at my best. I'm not gonna waste I'm not gonna give my body to somebody or, like, expose my body or do any of that shit to, like, literally get, like, one guy off and then never see him again. Like, I'm exhausted with that. I don't know how people do it. Like, honestly, props to you, but I really do not know how people do it. Like, that would mess up my, like, brain. Yeah, that's a start. No, literally, right now is not possible. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean right now? Like, hello? Like, there's this one guy in my town. Oh, I don't know if I can say this. I'm gonna say it. There's this one guy that's DL in my town, and I went to school with him, and I'm not gonna expose who he is or what he is because I don't want to do that to him. But I will say he has no idea about gay culture. Like, he's not in it at all. And he literally was like, "Can you come over?" I was like, "Well, I have to shave, I have to clean, I have to do all of this and stuff." This is like forever ago. I haven't talked to him in forever. But like when this did happen, he was like, "Yeah, can you do that?" I was like, "You understand that literally you could get stuff on your pee-pee if I don't do that, right? Like, you need to, like, let me know. It's not like oh, it's happening right now, like, we need to plan it out." Like, you just want someone to give a fuck about you. Honestly, I was too, like, when I lived in Rhode Island. But I'm not that person anymore. Honestly, I feel like, not, like, better from it, but, like, I was at my worst, so I will never go there again. Like, literally doing, like, when I was in New York, it was bad. Did y'all see the hickey I got in New York? I gotta show y'all again. I think I've showed this once, but, like, when I was living in New York, I was doing, like, drugs, party, club, another club, hookup, sex, fuck, hickeys, everything. It was bad. Like, it was really bad. And, like, I would, like, fall in love with these men. Like, and they were just like, "No, I'm using you for your body." Which is degrading. And, I will never do that again. And they also want you to be masked. Because they're only mask for mask. Kiss my ass. Mask for mask is so pretentious and gross. Like, literally jump off a bridge. Oh, sorry. In Minecraft. Jump off a bridge in Minecraft. I gotta show you guys this hickey. It was bad. I'm going by all these nudes that I took when I was like literally like 18. Okay. A video of me and my ex-boyfriend fucking in my Snap memories. Okay, let's delete that. Why is I forgot that was a thing. It looks so masculine. It's literally disgusting. It's literally because I just wanted dick and it's like pathetic. Oh, me getting high with Onyx. True. In Minecraft. Oh, I found Brooklyn pictures. My apartment in Brooklyn was so cute. Oh, when I got high with my sister for the first time. True. When we smoked out of a water bottle. Fucking hell, dude. I was really bad back then. Like, this is bad. And then I dated some guy that was bad. 3-month relationship that scarred me for life. Here it is. I found the hickey. This almost killed me, by the way. This almost popped a blood vessel in my neck and killed me. I will say he had great game, but he almost murdered me with his lips. This almost popped something in my neck. I went to school the next day in the middle of the summer in a turtleneck and a scarf. And everybody said, "Hey, Nemesis, what is that on your neck?" And I said, I actually was just in war. I just got back from a war. So yeah. Oh, and that's not all. There's apparently more on my neck. Are you? I was not okay. There were 3 on my neck. 1, 2, 3. What was wrong with me? Oh, and I'm taking selfies with the hickeys on my neck. I'm taking thirst trap selfies with hickeys on my neck. Who is that? It's this picture for me. The snapback, me flexing my arms. We're gonna pretend like that never happened. My New York era was a time that existed on this earth that I would never like to revisit. It's not in here. No, literally, Beth, it was bad. I think I passed it. I'm not supposed to be in here yet. Am I? Let me go to the tutorial. I'm stuck. There's a bunch of enemies. Go to the right. Okay. Wait. No, I missed it. The 5 years ago hit hard. Yeah, I think that was 5 years ago, actually. So that's when I graduated high school, was 6 years ago. Graduated. AKA, I got a diploma that said you can go to makeup school and you don't have to do school anymore. I said, I'm out of here. Where is this? Where is it? Link, you are confusing me. Ooh, I don't like thinking about it that way. Ew. I was 18 when all that happened. Ew. That is like cringe 18-year-old behavior though. How do I pull out my thing? Why is it not letting me take out the harp? Here we go. I need to stop skipping the dialogue because I'm literally lost. What is that melody? Hi Anne, how was your trip? Go away. Let's just say that, please. I got a key. I got it. Can I just like walk out this door now? Please. Oh, hello. I don't know what way I'm supposed to go. Like, how do I... That's the missing key. You found it. Brought it back to me. I was just thinking, what do we use... What do us Mogmas have used for keys? We can take anywhere. Well, good to know where the key went. I gotta get back to hunting treasure. Here's hoping to both... Okay. So where do we use this key? These spider webs? Shut up. They're annoying me. Oh, we just used it. I thought we already unlocked this door. Bizarre. Okay. Hey. Hey. Get fucking wrecked. Trying to think back. Oh, I guess we don't have to. I did some serious miles. Talk about bad luck. I think there's no good beat that beat me. There's nothing here but water now. Who's in the stinking world of water? That's nobody. Cut your losses, heading home. How do we get to the water? Hi, Ava. Or should I say hello, Evacious? Oh, we can just walk in here? Is this where we're supposed to? Oh, we do come in here. Oh, we're coming. Can I focus on the one in front, please? Oh my Jesus. Oof! Alright, this isn't gonna be fun. With no motion controls. Oh my, they are not friendly. Let's save that. I didn't know that could happen. Well, I did it. Damn. When you get the pattern right. That was kind of slay boss of me. God, I'm so big. Stretching this jacket out. I don't remember this part at all. Like, I'm dead serious. I feel like I can remember this game pretty well, but I, like, don't remember this at all. I don't think I did something I needed to do, which is weird that the boss activated, but I think I missed something. I think so. Okay. I think I need to play the harp. I don't think we hit it. I think we need to play the harp. But I forget where you play the harp. It's something about where the sun is shining. I thought. Something like that happens later if it's not now, though. I swear. Like, I literally remember it. Well, we're doing this temple again because we did it at the beginning of the game, but we're doing it again because we need to do it for the mermaid lady. The, like, sea monster girl. I got the tutorial pulled up so I can just figure it out, but I'm just like, I'm confused as why the boss started. Oh, yes! I know why. Excuse me. Yes, I need the water. Yes. That's what it was. It was not me playing the harp or activating again. If I would have read her dialogue, I would have known that we had to get the water for her. I totally forgot you have to get the water for her. Because it's sacred water. Okay, it's not just water. I need sacred water. This is sacred water. To you. Thank you, Lucy. I hope you have a great night. And I think this is where you have to go to, like, the right spot. Ah! Okay. It's back here. Oh, wait, look at that. There's 2 fairies right there to let me know that this is where I'm supposed to get it. My dumbass. There it is. I knew it. I knew it. I knew we had to get into the water. There was something with a little hint in the sky, but it was fairies instead of... Could I just... Oh, there's no save point in here. Well, I thought there was a save point, but whatever. I don't want to walk all the way back. That's too much. We gotta do what we gotta do, I guess. I need to upgrade my shield, too. And some of my other items, because I have the money. What? What's happening? The music? I'm worried. I want to get a good chunk of this game done tonight. A good chunk. Hi, Mifa. Happy to see you. I love you so much. Wait, why did I not shoot the goblin? Now he's gonna kill... Oh, thank you! Lol, haha, loser. I got a shortcut out of that. So true. Thank you. I'm alright. I'm not great, but I'm alright. I slept all day today. I didn't think I was gonna stream. Honestly, I was talking to Marshall about it last night. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I wanted to like order food and just like relax, but I think like I like can't miss a Saturday stream. It gives me anxiety, which you're gonna be like, Nem, nobody cares. But like for Saturdays, I feel like it's a good day for everybody if they're busy during the week to stop in. It's like a day off, like it's the weekend, people can stay up late. If people have school, they're not busy, you know what I mean? So I definitely wanted, I was like in a spot this morning. I was like, and by morning I mean 6 o'clock when I woke up. But I did sleep all day. And then I decided to do my makeup. And I decided to do blue for some reason. These bugs. Not this trigger warning. Bugs like real life. I can't do this. Flies again. Stop. Bugs fapping. I still can't believe when I made that thumbnail for the Visage video, I didn't put the bugs fapping in it. That is a piece of history. That needs to go into the lore book. I love that we keep talking about this lore book, but I haven't written anything down. Like, I'm not keeping track. I haven't even updated the little guy club in, like, forever. Shut up. Just like Taika Waititi. Arrgh. Me when I'm a pirate. Oh. Looks at Mia. Giggles. Pirate. You'll never guess what I did today. Did you go shopping for Chromatica Ball? You rewatched it? Why? I say that and I'm rewatching Total Drama Island again for like the 10th time, but that's different. Please. You're gonna have to start getting outfits for TwitchCon. Giggles. Safety told me they're gonna try to go to TwitchCon. Yeah, they said that them and their hubby are gonna try to go because they're gonna be like in the area. No, Maddie, you're gonna go. You're gonna drop out of school and you're gonna go. Nobody. You could literally tell me whatever that is, like a bachelor's degree or like degree anything, or like I'm studying under whatever, and I would not even know what the fuck that means. I'd be like, oh, that's interesting, I guess. If I drop out of school, do I become a Pisces? Go fuck yourself. Fuck you. Yeah, you suddenly get emotions, and you start opening up as a person. True. Ooh, not letting the Scorpio breathe tonight, I see. Kitten fan, thank you so much for the follow. Well, I'm not saying that, but I'm ooh, let me say something on camera. I will say that a certain someone of my family did go to college for a long time, and they paid a lot of money to not do anything with it and become a flop. So take that with what you will, but that's why I am not wasting my time with that. But I applaud all of you doing your schoolwork and stuff. No, you guys aren't flops. She is, but yeah, I'm not smart academically. Like, if we were to do, like, a test, I wouldn't do well. Like, my SAT scores were probably, like, in the hundreds. I think that's bad. I think your SAT scores need to be higher. But, like, I literally would cry, like, going to school. Like, it just wasn't for me. Like, when we had to read Shakespeare, bitch, I was on the floor crying. Like, I could not understand. Like, it was so... And then, like, variables in math, yeah, those would, like, stress me out. Science, I failed 4 times, so, like, you could tell I was definitely crying in school. Like, it was horrible. I'm smart in different ways. All right. I knew that was gonna happen. It's okay, we just reset. I look good in graduation caps. Yeah, I think the color of the graduation cap would look lovely on you. I think the graduation cap color is nice. My eye just twitched. My eye just unironically twitched. Okay, I need you to take this. You are horrible to me. Ugh, don't look at that. Let me pull up my pants. Oh yeah, I forgot I have follower timer on. Oops. What did we play that I needed follower timer on for? Oh, because the new tags. They released like the new tags you can use. You can write your own tags, I guess, now. I like really need you to take this like drink and like not let me mess up again. It would be really nice. Oh, I didn't even talk to her about it, so I needed to activate it. Oops. Here you go. Queen. Now that's mother. Yeah, I love this part of the game. I think this is the better part of the game. LOL. The first part's kind of jarring. If you hear my dog, no, you didn't. Thank God. Thank you, Queen. I didn't think it was gonna look good. I was scared. I was definitely scared because I never do like fun eye colors anymore, so I was definitely worried. Especially blue. Usually blue doesn't look great on me. So I was definitely a little nervous doing my makeup today, but I thought it turned out okay. Oh, this dungeon. Okay. All right, fun's actually over. This dungeon. Okay. Okay. Mati matas. Okay, I have to pee. I have to pee. I have to pee. Don't look at my cooch. I need a new chair. I made it for Zelda extremely late, but made it. So true. You're fine. I went live really late anyways. Okay, jeez. Yeah, I've definitely played this before. But I haven't played the remake. This is my first time playing the remastered. Oh, I remember this. Oh, I do. Remember it well. Like it was yesterday. This is a good dungeon, though. I do like it. Oh, I don't know why I didn't jump up. My bad. I forgot I could do that already. Oh, I did. I'm stupid. Okay. Anyways, we're moving on. Oh, yeah. I don't have my AC on today. It feels good. Like, just not having my AC blaring. Okay. Hey! Back it up. No, I've played both, but I haven't finished Twilight Princess, but I know everything that happens. Like, I remember, I think I watched somebody play it. Is there like a specific combination? I think it'll tell me right here. Oh, I meant to strike the gemstones. What does that say? Polting? What is that? Oh, pointing. Okay. The gemstones pointing in the 4 directions wisely. The only will open the door for the secret order. Okay. I could really not read that, but okay. Yeah, Skyward Sword's my top. It's my top. And then Wind Waker, and then probably Breath of the Wild. If we're excluding Breath of the Wild and we're talking about all the other games, because I feel like Breath of the Wild is its own beast. Like, I think it's like everybody's top pick. If we're talking about OG Zelda games that operate like Zelda games, I would say Skyward Sword, then Wind Waker, and then either Twilight Princess or Ocarina of Time. No. Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time, then Wind Waker. I don't know. I think Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker are now tied after we played it this year. I've never played Ocarina of Time, but this year I played it and I loved it. The way this is literally just a guessing game. Wait, is there like a hint somewhere? I don't know. Oh my god, I did not on purpose, but I would love to do a cosplay of her. Pay attention to the purple. Can someone say something in chat? I can't see what that says. I hate that it doesn't scroll all the way fucking down. It's so stupid. The purple gem. Okay. The purple gem. Wait. Yeah, I was just thinking that. Oh, it's not. I thought it was opposite. There's got to be a hint. No, it's not. We tried that. Hi, Shax. Welcome in. I think it's top, bottom, left, right. Top, bottom, left, right. I don't know how we would have gotten that, but thank you. We did like every other thing but that. There must have been a hint somewhere we just missed. Or do you just guess? Are you supposed to just guess? That seems like a lot. Oh, there's hints in the dungeon. Well, fuck you. I'm better than the dungeon. It's true. I don't need hints. I have Vivacious. Okay. That was rotten. Okay. Thank you, Shax. I really like the look today, too. I really appreciate the compliments. So true, me. What's this? I open? What is in here? Ew. Ew. No, this needs to be cleaned. I'm gonna stick with my coffee. Oh my god, I just got chills. I'm so like disgusted right now. Like that's like disgusting. I'm like spiraling now. I shouldn't have looked inside that. I'm fine, everything's fine. Deep breath. I'm still alive. For now. Forgot he does that. Jesus Christ. Okay. I thought it was gonna reflect him like the other guys. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that works, in a sense. Run! This is bad. This is not a spot we want to be in. Arm. I use the whip. Whip crack. Thank God. I was so scared we were gonna get to something that was gonna be not generous at all and kill us. So, we did it. Okay. Let's go this way. Is this a map? My goodness, excuse me. Oh, this was just for the map? Okay. Construction paper. Oh, wow. Last night on the call, Mia, Maddie was like, construction paper. Like, they were like, yummy construction paper. But they, like, changed the way Daya said it. It was just really funny. They're like, construction paper. I guess we're gonna go back in here. But it was not in the cards. You were playing cards? Playing cards until 4 in the morning, true. I knew that was gonna happen. But I predicted that. I meant to do that. Oh wow, oh wow. Oh, wow. I don't know what that is, but work. Oh, we have to do the whip on this part. We have to whip. Watch me whip. Is that necessary? Okay. Can I do this with the whip? I can. I haven't watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Since I was a kid. I used to play the Yu-Gi-Oh! PlayStation games. They were kind of fun. And by kind of, I mean like I was playing them like all the time. But I had no idea what was going on. I'm not like a professional Yu-Gi-Oh! Gamer like people are. Die. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards are cute though, I miss them. I used to collect Yu-Gi-Oh! and Pokemon cards. Very sad. This whip is doing work. Ugh. It's very slay. Michelle Pfeiffer. I feel like if you haven't seen the movie with Michelle Pfeiffer and Danny DeVito in the Batman movie from like the 90s, you are missing out. That movie is good. Like, the best movie. The way Michelle Pfeiffer did all of her whip like tricks like in one take. Like, she's iconic. That's Mother. What is happening? Jim Carrey wasn't in it. I'm talking about Batman Returns. Is it Returns? What is it called? There's like 5 different titles. Okay, you do that. Is that a copy pasta? I'm being trolled. I'm being lied to, misled. No one here is allowed to have a girlfriend unless it's me. You all have to be single. That's not allowed. That reply, every time I see like a long message in my chat, I think it's the response that's like, I'm not reading that, but I hope you're okay. Girl, what? She's okay. Well, okay. Besides that, you're not allowed to have a girlfriend. That's in my rules. You're not allowed to be in a relationship. Everybody, you have to be single. No relationships. You're not allowed to have that here. You're not allowed to be happy. Oh. Not ghost time. It's like, hey, used to it. I'm used to being hashtag ghosted. How are you supposed to do that? Just wondering. Oh, I'm just supposed to jump on it. Hold on. There we go. See, that's where I'm a Scorpio in a way. My rising Scorpio comes out. If I was in a relationship, I think I'd make like a couple posts, like it'd be cute or whatever, but in a way that's like my private life, so I wouldn't be like, yeah, let me post online like, I love you, baby. Like, shut up. God. Maybe that's just me being annoying because I'm single, but like, cringe. Like, I love you, baby. Happy 1 week anniversary. I'm so happy I finger blast your coochie last night and it felt so good. Mwah, mwah, I love you, schnookums. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. But that's literally my Scorpio rising. Scorpios would never. They would never post anything like that. All right, we need this. Okay, you need to go. Okay. Yeah, they're everywhere. Also, like, maybe this is a bad take, but I literally fucking can't stand Maybe it's just because I have, like, bias. But, like, the tweets, like, I miss my boyfriend. Fuck you! Shut up! I just went to my boyfriend's house and pleading eyes emoji. Shut up! Shut your mouth. Go write it in the notes app. I don't want to see it. Go text your boyfriend that you miss him. Clearly I'm unloved. Clearly there's no love in my life. Meanwhile, half of my followers are like happily in love and I'm just like, I hate all of you. What's funny is I feel like you would do that if you had a partner. Hold on, I'm gonna look up my tweet. I do use the pleading emoji, which is horrible, but that's a different story. Yep. Yeah, there's a tweet of me talking about my fucking boyfriend when we were dating in 2019. This is so gay, but 2 years ago I had my first kiss ever with my boyfriend, and today we're thriving as a power couple. Shut up. I almost said the F word. My boyfriend did a good job of taking care of my skin today. I got home. Oh, never mind. Oh, 2018. My boyfriend and I screamed like little girls when Aquaria won. Deleting that. Good night to my boyfriend and no one else. Deleting that. Deleting this. I quote tweet myself. Ew! Not my ex-boyfriend. I found pictures of me and my ex-boyfriend. The one that I ghosted. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, these are cute though. Fuck! Now I'm spiraling. Me when my boyfriend leaves. Shut up! This is horrible. Just want to let y'all know that my boyfriend's alarm. Shut up. Me tweeting, my boyfriend makes me so happy. Girl, that did not end well. Who's gonna tell them? That is so embarrassing. What the heck? Oh, he has the key. Okay. Literally, he's gonna kill me. Get off. Oh, we just got raided. the fuck is this? My nail fell off. Oh. Nice. Very good. All right. I feel like back in the day I was unbearable when it came to like relationship stuff, but I feel like I'm not as bad. It's more about the chase for a relationship nowadays. It's like unbearable when you're like in the chase or like the talking phase. And then when we're like, we wrap it up and put a bow on it, it's done. It's a wrap. I'm good. Where are we? What is this? Where did we end up? Very good construction paper. Very yummy construction paper. Speaking of yummy, fuck, I should have ordered food. Why did I just not order food? I should have just spent the $50 and gotten a good dinner. But now I'm gonna have popcorn and fucking granola bars for dinner. Like, come on. Mars, thank you for the follow. Oh. Oh, it tried to get me. You think you're clever. Can you just die? Oh, you think you're funny. Okay, you're a bitch. PD Piranha wannabe. I'll wait. There we go. Jesus, that took way too long. Get his ass. Oh yeah, I sure did. What is with the camera angle right now? Are we okay? How am I supposed to make it across this gap? Oh my god. Any Ermagerd stands in chat? The silence. Okay, can we talk about it though? People really said that, okay. People are trying to say that Kimmy lost that lip sync. I said, did we watch the same lip sync? Oh, and then I flip it. And then I do a little smacky smack. I do a little fucky. Then I suck it. And slap it. Slay the world. What is that? Hello? Why are we fighting Ho-Oh? What is this Pokemon? I can't. Hi, Epi. Hi, Cams. Oh, Miss Fierce Delicious. That's House Music's drag name. Miss Fierce Delicious. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I got you. It's over. Oh yeah, got you. Got you. Got you. I'm doing okay. The game's fun. We just got past the part I was stuck on, which was nice. How are you doing? They are not. Which is unfortunate news, I know. Very sad. Am I supposed to go over there? Is that where they want me to go? Yeah, they want me to go over there. Oh my god, that scared me. Please don't touch me. Okay, dodged. Get owned. Hangover? Oh, you getting drunkies. Someone's getting litty. Litty titty. Yeah! Hey! I need that. That was a little fucked up. Wait, how do I... Hello? Oh. Let me pull this one. Please. I haven't had, like... I'm excited for, like, the events that I'm going to, so I can, like, you know, get my drink on. The last time I got my drink on, it was very dangerous, but, I had a good time. Liz and Vine reassured me that I was a good time, which is all I needed. If they said I'm a good time, then it was a good time. Yeah, I made out with a stranger, and then I was in drag, so all of my makeup from here down was gone. Yeah, it was bad. And I had way too many drinks. Like it was just bad. Very hungover the next day. Wait, so can I wait. Is that wait. The answer lies beneath. Venture off the beaten path. That's a League of Legends reference. Okay. Oh, fuck! Off the beaten path. Not the bean path. What are the... Oh my god, these are scary! Oh my god, these are like zombies! Why do I not remember this? This is scary. We're gonna die. What's happening? Oh my god, I'm trapped. I'm gonna get infected! It's like that one show! The Walking Dead! Another show I've never watched. Oh! Oh! Oh, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. Something's happening. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. When I walk into it again, why did I do that? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. It's over for me. It's over. Somebody help. 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 Help me. Help me. Oh, wow. Thank you. Help me, please. Somebody, what the? The gemstone shines deep within the eye. Strike it to shut down the dam. Watch this, Mr. Krabs. Okay. Okay, so we need the whip. Watch me whip. Shh. I'm Michelle Pfeiffer. It's true. Okay, this part of the dungeon is scary. Like, where are we? Like, this is, like, literally terrifying. No? Oh. I'm so smart! I did that first try without even any hints. I'm so wise. My brain. I'm so proud of me. I'm not gonna get into a sugar daddy discussion because I'll go on for hours, but I deserve it. I deserve one. Just one. I want nice things. Okay. I'm gonna sit crisscross because I want to get comfy. Ooh! Oh. My nail broke again. Stop it. Enough. I think I found one tonight. Can you tell him to DM me? That's what I'm saying. That exactly. Which way's right and which way's left? I got it. I don't think this is gonna end well. I'm gonna go this way. Does anyone want to go to Applebee's? Who want me at an Applebee's? Applebee's slaps. Their food's good. You think you're sneaky, don't you, Mia? Also, like, maybe this is a bad take, but I literally fucking can't stand. Maybe it's just because I have, like, bias, but, like, the tweets, like, I miss my boyfriend. Fuck you! Shut up! I just went to my boyfriend's house and pleading eyes emoji. Shut up! Shut your mouth. Go write it in the notes app. I don't want to see it. Don't text your boyfriend that you miss him. What's funny is I feel like you would do that if you had a partner. Hold on, I'm gonna look up my tweet. Also, like, oh, maybe it. Okay. Hi, Matt. I'm playing Overwatch. Hi. How are you doing? I just found an edit on Twitter that was very nice. I'm a nice person. I'm playing Overwatch. When are we gonna play Overwatch together and Multiverse together? What then? Listen, I'm a Widowmaker main. I'll carry us. So true, you spilled. I did, but I guess I don't follow my own rules, so. Me, don't show me your relationship shit. Also, me in 2018. I love my boyfriend so much. Shut up. Cringe, baby. That's when I was happily in love and not traumatized. Those times have changed. I was also 18 and now I'm 23, so there's a difference, I fear. Drop! Okay. I haven't played Overwatch in forever. I did have like a resurgence of it like a couple weeks ago, but I think there's an anniversary event happening, if I'm not mistaken. Wait. Why did we go over there? Wait. I'm confused. Oh! Very good job, Nem. That's why I'm on. It's ending. Damn. Big L for me. Okay, I saw the anniversary skins and they're just recolors, so, I guess there's that. Oh, there's something over there. I see it. I need to save Symmetra and Widowmaker. We need to get them out of that game. Give them their own game. Oh, I see what we have to do. Okay, I see. Whoa! Hi. Rather not be here. How you doing? I was like, wait, why is your username rather not be here? It's Arrow. But I realized that I got a new computer, so I haven't set it to Arrow. Like, what? Oh my god. Yeah, it's just my new computer. I was like, why does this sound bizarre? Be careful, Nem. Fuck you, Maddie! You think you're funny. Linked eye. Such a cute sneeze. Thanks. Thanks, I have a lot to offer. If my sneezes are cute, just imagine me in life. I was gonna say in bed, but that's stupid. That's silly. Because I went on a rant about it earlier, how I don't want people to touch me. Get away. I'm such a hard cookie to crack. Like, nothing I say even makes sense, and if you were to ever try to find anything about me, I'd probably be stupid, and it's... My life is confusing, okay? I'm a strange character that's existing on this earth. Same! Isn't that like... Isn't it called, what did I say? Fuck. Whatever. You know what I meant. Isn't there something called, it's demisexual? That you don't have like attractions or... I know the definition, but I just don't know how to say it out loud. Yeah, that. Hello, Slay Mama 123. How are you doing on this fine evening? Happy to see you, my beautiful best friend. How are you doing? All right. Mm-hmm. Am I gonna die? What's happening? Guys, I'm scared. Let go! Why are there like zombies right now? Like, this is scary. Like, I'm literally gonna cry. Hey, hi, Giovanna. Please, Epi, please. That's literally me, though. Like, we were talking about it earlier, and I can't do... Because some guy messaged me, or whatever, from Grindr that I met, like, months ago, and he was like, hey, yo, do you want to, like, hook up tonight? I'm not doing anything at work tomorrow. I was like, no. Like, what? Like, don't ask me to bottom for you. Like, you have to do a whole preparation thing, and, like, just, like, right now is not reality. If you're like, yeah, let's fuck right now, you're stupid as fuck. Like, you're stupid. Like, I gotta do a whole prep work. I gotta do everything. I got work to do. I'm too busy for dick. Like, I don't need dick to be happy. Oh! So, not saying... Okay, that sounded bad, but, like, just saying. I just think that some guys really just think it's easy, and they just don't understand the reality of anything. And they also don't appreciate their... whatever. But I saw a TikTok that spoke to me. I was like, someone brought up the topic of, oh yeah, just be a little gay because you can just go on Grindr and get your dick sucked, opposed to like being in a straight relationship, as like, this is kind of like a stereotype, I guess. And like, you have to bring the girl out, you have to like get to know her, you have to go on months of dating just to get dick. But like, I'm that. Like, you need to take me out, and you need to like introduce me to people. You need to like do all that shit and be nice to me, and then you can get some dick, and then you can get some ass. Because I'm not doing it on the first date. It's just a little gay. Somebody was like, yeah, just do. But yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Oh yeah. Or like, if you like, I'm so, why do we like always talk about relationships on my channel? I don't know. I'm just like very in tune with my emotions. I'm very open about it, especially being like a trans non-binary person. I think it's like important to kind of have conversations about it, so other people that are trying to like date and stuff that are in the same like pool, so it's more like you can understand me, but also like take some of that information if you want to other people. But I don't know why we always talk about it. I guess I'm just like a hopeless romantic. Anyways, like, I'm down for a one night stand. Not all women need to be taken out. Some of us just want to be our walls destroyed besties. No, I get it, but that's definitely not me. Totally understand. It was just like some weird take on the internet, but also like it kind of like spoke to my brain. I don't want to be dick down. I want to be taken out. I want presents. I want to be boasted about to like your friends. Like, if you tell me, oh, if you this, which people could lie and say, but when you when you say, oh yeah, I just told my friends about you and they want to meet you, That shit will get me falling in love. Like, you cannot say that to me, and then that'll get me acting up. Like, I love when people say that. You could lie and say it, which is terrible, and like, you should probably go to hell and go fuck yourself and play in traffic in Minecraft. But if you say that to me, I will act up. I want love. No, literally. And also, another thing, I know I am kind of like, I love talking about relationships and talking about it, but I'm not a person that, this is gonna sound, I'm not trying to say like tea chaser, but like, I'm not a chaser. Like, I don't chase for love. I let love get attracted to me because I know what I'm worth. And I know like some like masculine men and like people that I'd be interested definitely deserve it on the other end sometimes. But for me, it's just not my love language. And especially with like my trauma, I don't look for love. You need to make the efforts to break down my walls and get into me. And when I see you making efforts for me in my love language and making efforts towards me is when I'll eventually reciprocate it. But I never, and I don't think I have in 5 years of being single, I haven't gone out of my way to say I'm interested in someone without them saying they're into me first. I never do that first. I never say it first. So if that relationship ends, like I've had, it's never my fault. And it's never me taking it to account because I'm the one that's not making the efforts. If that makes sense. Like, I'm not gonna be like, I love you so much. I love that. Like, I'm so into you because I didn't say it first. You're the one that said you're into me. So if you say you're into me, then I'll do that. I'll reciprocate it. But then if you're like months down the road, you're like, yeah, like you were like way too strong. Like you're like way too strong about this. You're way too over your head. Like you're really into me, but I'm not really into you. Then I'm gonna be like, listen, a couple months back, you said it first, bitch. I'm not the one that said it. I'm not the one that started devolving all this. Cause I am not, that's not me. Switching up is weird. It makes me so bullshit because like, listen, if you express interest in me, I can't reject that because a relationship is built on trust. So if someone says they want to pursue me or a romantic interest or go deeper than the surface level of just friends, I have to say yes if I want to. Like, I could say no, but if I wanted to back, I'm obviously gonna say yes. But then weeks later, if you switch up, that's you. Because you started opening my walls and opening my stuff because you said it. You wanted me to. So you can't be like, oh, you can't switch up like that and blame it on me. Because you started it. Is that toxic? A little bit. But like, I didn't do it first. You made me fall for you. So you can't be like, ugh. No, you made me fall for you. You opened it. You started it. Bitch, I have trauma. I'm not gonna be like... Nem just sounds like they want the truth for the first time. Yes! How hard is it? I feel like I'm such a like transparent person and like I always express my emotions. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm like that. But like all the people I attract, they're either they play, they love to play the games. They love to play. They love to, oh, you're so hot. Oh, I'm giving you attention, affection, and this and that. But when I take the step to be like, all right, they're like, they also love to lie. Bitch, I see everything you do. I see your likes, I see your comments, I see your Twitter likes, I see you on social media, I see when you're online, I see what you're doing. I see the shady shit. I'm not dumb. I'm 23 years old, I'm a grown-ass person, and I see what the fuck you're doing on Snapchat. I see what the fuck you're posting. I see what the fuck you're doing on Discord. I'm not stupid. So don't lie to me. I'm not stupid. We're grown. We are grown people. In my life right now, if some man attracted to me said, yes, let's do it. We are grown people. If you have emotions, you want to say them, express them. If you have something you want to say, then say it. If you have something that you want to do, then we do it. But I'm not going to play fucking games with you, play like we're in kindergarten, and do this mushy gushy shit, and then it's going to get nowhere. I'm a person, I work, I play, I do it all. Like, I work my ass off, and I do the same in my relationships and who I love and who I trust. So I'm not gonna play your fucking stupid games with you going on Snapchat and messaging a whole squad, and I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you on Grindr. If I find your ass on Grindr, it's a wrap. If I find your ass on Tinder, it's a wrap. Bitch, I don't want to have to go on Grindr, make a fake account, and go in your area and find your ass on Grindr. The fuck are we doing? You're gonna tell me you love me and then you're gonna be on Grindr? You're gonna tell me you want a relationship and you're on Grindr? You're gonna tell me you want to pursue me long term and you're gonna be on Grindr? You're gonna be on Snapchat doing your scores. You're gonna be on Discord and those not safe for work servers. Yeah, all right. Now we're playing games. I went from talking very nicely to very aggressively. Can you tell I'm traumatized? Can you tell I've been treated poorly? Can you tell that men have traumatized me so many times? Can you tell that dating hasn't worked out for me because men are stupid? Let's inspect that. I apologize for yelling. No, I think in long term, we're grown. We are grown-ass people. I just don't think we need to play games. Like, we can be cool. We can, like, figure out what it is eventually. But to play games, like, oh, I'm gonna leave you on red, and then I'm gonna go talk to somebody else, or I'm gonna be on Grindr and then pretend I was sleeping, or I'm gonna compliment you and then nothing ever happens, or I'm gonna say that I like you and then 3 months later I'm gonna be in someone's DMs on like, it's just so, like, we're grown. I also can take rejection. It's not that serious. Like, just say no and move on. Go next. So it's just stupid to me. Like, we are, like, when I mean we are grown, like, we are literally grown. Like, grow the fuck up. Like, literally grow the fuck up. I think if you're over the age of 18 and you're acting like a child, please. Come on. You're graduating high school. Get your shit together. I'm hot. Well, I'm hot now because I'm angry and, like, emotional, but I'm also hot. I look great tonight. Let's just say every time I say that I have someone in my DMs or someone that... Remember when we started this conversation and we were like, oh yeah, when you tell somebody that you're talking to somebody, or whatever the fuck I said. Remember when I was like, oh yeah, when you tell someone about me, like your friends about me, and they want to meet you, I do that all the time, and it never goes. I always gotta say, oh yeah, we ended. It's not. So it's embarrassing for me. I've been there, done that, and it's a wrap. You're done. I am. Where even are we in this game right now? I don't think this is gonna end well. Where have we not gone? Are you Tyler? Are you Tyler? Also, my rant, nobody take that personally. Like, we're grown. Maybe, like, you know. I feel like if you do take that conversation personally, then the whole, you didn't get the point of the entire conversation to begin with. So. Thank you, Shira. Did I say that already? I might have. I'm a little confused on where we go. I have a lot of foundation on my face. Anyways, after that conversation, if anybody wants to take me out to dinner, I'm available when I'm not streaming. I don't think we're supposed to go up here. Okay, I would kill for some Applebee's right now. I'm sad I didn't order it. I'm so stupid for not ordering it. I'm Squidward, I'm Squidward. I'm Squidward, Squidward, Squidward. What? It's really good. It's gonna probably give you the poopies, but they have good food. Well, I was gonna order it earlier and I was gonna get, the shrimp and fries and then chicken and fries because, like, I just really want, like, a good dinner. I want, like, something to chew on now and then, like, later some din-din after stream. But it was 45 bucks because the delivery fees are insane in my area. Yeah, let me get some chewing tobacco. Wait, there's actually gum in my house. I want gum. So I can smack my gum. I'll get you a dog bone? Fuck off. Sick. Wait, what? What? Hi, Aunt Lou. Welcome in. Guys, I really want to get that gum now. Oh, oh. Glitter just fell in my eye. That's fun. Guys, I'm lost. 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 Thank you so much. Boo-boo-keys. Thank you, Third Sight. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm gonna go night-night. I got up in like 4 hours. Good night, Lib. Happy to see you. See you in the next one, hopefully. I'm a little lost. All right. I'm happy it's getting better for you. I know, it's been tough for everybody lately. Something with the stars. It's not adding up. I'm gonna look at the tutorial. I'm not gonna get stuck here for another hour. Like, I've been just standing doing nothing. Yeah, and also Jupiter's like doing something sus for the next like month and a half. All the way till November, actually. So not a month and a half. It's like 3 months. So. And then Scorpio thing. Isn't that lovely? Yes. It's literally... I'll show you what I learned. It's until November 23rd, which is the day my dad died, so that's gonna be a lovely fucking day. It's mostly an introspection retrograde. What is with everybody's birthdays around that time? It's also Scorpio season, so... But also says Jupiter has something to do with like a lot of sex. And I'm like, I've never wanted to not have sex more in my life than right now. So what is that? Explain that. Yes, Curtis. Tiny top Jupiter. Jupiter's topping all of us. She's fucking our shit up. I said I was gonna look at the thing. Hold, please. So I can stop being stuck here, Jesus. Oh, I know what to do, I know what to do. Okay. Actually, I don't know what to do, so I lied. I'm trying to remember without looking at the tutorial, because I want to look at it to know the way I'm going, but I don't want to know the puzzle. What is it? Sorry to hear about your dad. I'm sure that is going to be pretty difficult. Yeah. It's horrible. Trauma. It'll be 11 years, I think, this year. Or 12. Around there. All the men... well, everybody that was born with a penis in my family dies early, so... I'm dying early, y'all. So y'all better wife me up soon. You want some femcock? Take it before I fucking kick it. No, I'm convinced. I talked to my mom about it the other day too. She was like, "You realize those were tragedies in our family, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, but like, me next, I guess." Yeah, literally the other day. I said God said I was gonna make it to 40, then God told me himself. He said, "Nem, I've decided. You're only going to 30. It's dark humor about yourself, not anybody else. If you're making dark humor at other people, you're weird. You know? Yeah, I say plenty on this channel I shouldn't say, but it's whatever. I think we go this way. No! Oh. I never want to unalive myself. I just think my family dick curse will claim me quicker. Exactly! That's when you start to figure it out. Well. That's unfortunate, isn't it? Because I'm not gonna make it there. I'm probably gonna make it to 25. You better. I mean, if there was any inkling to whatever I'm gonna experience, the inside of this cup, if that's my insides, baby, it's over. If that's what's in my stomach, rotting my insides, oh, it's done. You don't. It's a non-specific energy drink that was sitting in this cup for longer than it should. And now it's bad. The bottom of the cup is rotted. Like it's actually decaying. So that concerns me just a little bit. That's why I was spiraling earlier. Anybody want to know why I was spiraling? That's it. Funny. My life got better when I turned 25. Well, like, you're hot and you're not a Pisces, so I think there's two different lives being lived here. You're also not ugly without makeup on, so I don't want to hear compliments. I can say I'm ugly because I just know the reality of some days when I wake up and I say, ugh. Some days I feel hot, sometimes I don't. And we all experience that, and that's fine. Let's be real. Let's be real. I almost just screamed at you, but I'm not going to do that to you while we're both fragile. I'm ugly and I'm proud. So we need to... I pulled a lever earlier and I don't know how to unpull the lever. I don't know, like, where that was. I'm just gonna look at the tutorial. I'm stupid as fuck. No, that doesn't happen yet. No. Once you've reached the top of the rope, turn and pull the lever, causing a nearby ramp to extend. Walk the ramp and get to the other side. Turn and jump to the rope until we climb down. No, but we need to... Oh, is it that lever? Oh, it is that lever. I'm stupid. I was like, where is the lever? And it was right there the entire time. Damn. The music down here, it's like scary down here. I like don't remember this part of the game at all, like when I played it for the first time. Goodbye. I'm leaving all of you. Maybe my friend played this instead of... Alright. Oh! Not a booby trap! Ah! I wait. Have you tried saying please? I've tried saying your mom. Nobody moved. Nobody moved. Got him. Do you guys know how to swim? I don't know how to swim. Is that bad? Oh, fucking... I did that so fast this time! Remember how slow I was last time? That was great. Okay, but what if I do want to drown and then a sexy man helps me? Yeah, I do. I just leave a puddle of piss in a pool. Am I really about to fight this boss with no health? I think that's the reality. Thank you all for being here tonight. I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Long neck. Yay! I take the hearts. Tee hee tee hee tee hee. Without yeet. Oh, I read that as without yeet. Oh, y'all are saying you love this boss. Hold on. Okay. Oh, hey, Dad. I mean, them. You're them. He's so hot. Sorry. Gender envy, like, actually. I've done one, but it's pretty booger. I should redo it. I hide. Whoa! Oh. Oh, I didn't know it comes back. Gotcha. I don't remember this boss at all. Why do I not remember it? Gotcha. Very interesting. Do your thingy. Not that one, do the other one. Thank you. I got. Do it again, do it again, do it again. Ah, hee hee hee. Oh! Gotcha! You're gonna do it again? Oh, you better slay. Yes. Poke, 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 poke. Oh, you better not move. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Oh. Okay. Fun's actually over. Oh my god. Wait, no, pull out the pull. What? Why? Okay, Oh! Gotcha! Oh, gotcha! Oh, gotcha! Okay. Wait, hurry up, I want to get that heart. Hurry! Hurry! I run. Are you done? Oh, there's a heart. Ah! I'm scared. What is that? Oh, Jesus. Wait, we can get hearts from them. Gimme. Okay. Come here! You don't scare me! Okay, maybe a little bit. Yeah. Oh, he's taking it. He's really doing the thing. Can you stop doing that? Please stop. Please stop. Please, 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 please stop. I take this. I take this. Okay, do your little pulley thing. Don't do that. It's not what I wanted. Attack me. Attack me. Attack me. Attack me. Look. Look at me. I'm so funny. Oh, he's pissed. Excuse me, guys. My stream says no back seating. Don't know how many times I have to say that, but thank you for your advice. Excuse me, sir. I'll take this. And that's how you clear. And that's how you clear. Oh, pretty. K.O. I take this with me. I'm taking this. Oh. Damn. I mean, clearly. Please. Thank you all. Your love has broken the curse and freed my soul. What is that? Oh, it's a sacred flame. My bad. Fee is on fire! Help her! I don't know what this does, but work, I guess. Green sword. Improved your sword, making it longer and sharp enough to do twice as damage. Oh. It's a boss time. Yes, if you want to be taller, you have to kill a boss like that. So, Tiny Tops, take notes. Mati Matas. Has purified your blade and enhancing and evolving it. Wait, you guys are being dirty. Stop. I would never say such things. We should return to the Isle of Songs. I would never make a dirty joke on my channel. That's literally disgusting. Hi, kitten. She's so mother. Okay, I enjoyed that. That was fun. Look what you did. Look what you did. You got the Automod. Look what you did. Save. I want to make more coffee. I want to make more coffee. Skyloft, my beloved. I love this fucking town. It's my favorite town in any Zelda game. It's nice and cozy and fun, and I love it. It makes me happy. She could have with the bird racing. Oh, is there another? I don't remember if there's another one. I want this. What the fuck? What the shit? Why do I have literally nothing? Thanks, game. What's this? Oh, no thanks. How could you say that? How could you say that word? Hi, Joe. Jojo raid. Thank you so much for the raid. An actual raid this time. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I burp and die. How was the stream? What did you do over there? You played The Last of Us, the first one? Slay. No, so my raid command is the same sound effect as the sound effect in the video game right now, which is very inconvenient. Anytime you find an item, it's my raid noise. So it's not lovely. But thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was great. Thank you for the 23 raiders. Anybody coming in, I'm Nemesis, are on the network around here every week, 5 times a week usually, in drag, full drag, makeup, looks, whatever. We do it here. Variety retro gaming. My pronouns are they, them. Please do not misgender me. I would appreciate it. And I hope you have a great day. This shield's pretty. I like it. It's purple. Super cute times. Is it your first time playing The Last of Us? Hiya Chu, how you doing? Happy to see you as well. Hope you're doing amazing. Hi Mary. Second, slay. I want to replay it, but I'm just waiting for the remake to come out because they're doing a remaster. Thank you, Mary. Sorry, let me sit up for the raid. Let me look presentable. I need to get a drink, though. I was about to go get a drink, and then you raided, so I was like, I'll sit. Hopefully there's coffee in my coffee maker. Yeah, same. I've been in the same spot you are. Like, I really want to play it, but I'm like, we're gonna wait for it to count as retro. Yeah. Like, when I played Super Mario Sunshine and everybody was like, what? This is retro? I'm like, yes, Gorge. The GameCube came out over 2 decades ago. Or a decade old. I think it was like a decade old. Whatever, still. It's like 10 years old. 20 years old. Hydrate, please. I don't have a hydrate command because I don't drink water. Just kidding. I do! Wait, I heard one of the little cats. Let's find the cat so I can go BRB and you have a cat on the camera. Oh, it needs to be helped! I got you. Oh, it's so cute! I'll go BRB with the cat on the cam. I just came from Joe's stream. I hope it was an amazing time. Thank you so much for the raid again. Drinks water and day-old energy drinks. Okay, drag me. But also, if everybody could follow me on socials, that'd be great. I'm trying to get 10K on Instagram this year. I'm very far away, but it would be really lovely if you did that. Flash, thank you so much for coming in off the raid. Sorry, I'm itchy. I have, you know, hair underneath this. So true. Had to wait to say hello. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yeah, can you... I'll do it. I feel bad for Asking. Followers. Okay. I apologize. It was silenced! I'm so sorry. I don't know why I had that on. We played... What did we play the other day that I didn't want spoiled? Oh no, I said it earlier. It was... Because there's new tags on Twitch, so I'm worried that someone's gonna come in and call me a slur. So I usually don't use the tags, but there's new tags, so I wanted to use them. Whatever. I like attention, so... I like besties. Bestie vibe. Vibe check. I'm missing coffee, so I'm gonna go make more coffee. If you guys don't mind. I put my puss on the cam for you guys. So enjoy my puss. My nail just fell off. Fuck. I make a whole coffee with my nails on and then I get down here and it falls off. Honestly, whatever. I shall lurk but catch you again soon. Thank you, Flash Jump. The way you can throw these cats off the island. Horrible. Oh my god, it came after me! Stop, that's so cute, stop. I literally didn't think it was gonna come after me. Where do you need to go? Where can I bring you? You can literally chuck them off the island. Oh, whoops. That's gonna be you at TwitchCon. I thought it was so cute. Jenny was like, at DragCon, little guy was just like following me around, and I felt like they were like, I will protect little guy. That's gonna be me at TwitchCon. I'm gonna be like, I will protect little guy. Oh, they fell off on the boat. So it looks intentional. It's symmetrical. Okay, we have to go to that island, I think. I just wanted to get health potions. I was confused. Well, first of all, my dog really likes whipped cream. So my dog like woke up as soon as I squirted the whipped cream. I was like, please be quiet, silence. And then I was like, why does it sound so quiet up here? But then I realized that my cousin is staying with us. And he's never seen me in drag, nor have I seen him in like 5 years. So I was like, this is probably really awkward. Just me making a coffee in the kitchen in full drag. And he's like 13, so he's probably like, what's happening? Scared for his life. Oh, no! Did not mean to do that. Nope, did not mean to do that. Teacher Moon. Who the fuck is this bitch? Oh wow. I don't know what the button is to speed up. All right. Yeah, I definitely had a friend stay over. Hearing my real name, like, IRL is so scary sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, that's my name. I forgot it's not Nem. Is it like this? Like a beast? Sing. Two sacred flames remain. These ones are gonna probably be unbearable, and I'm gonna not want to do them, but we're gonna get through it. We're gonna do it. This part is so pretty. Yes, play your song. Dance fee, yes, work. That sticker? What is that? I mean, what are they called? Emote. Why did I call them stickers? We have to go to the Wait, we're going to the Lanaru Desert first? That's interesting. I don't remember it being in that order. Great, I have to go back to my favorite area. Good night, Mary. Thank you so much. Love you too. Have a great night. Fireball. Pew, ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Pew, ding, 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 ding. Maddie, you could be like Pitbull. You could be Mrs. Worldwide. That could be Slay. George Lopez. Yeah, guys, actually this stream, we're gonna talk about the entire episode list of George Lopez. The show. Sus! Among Us! George Lopez, Georges Lopez. Did I just what? Okay, what's the closest part that we need to go to? Because I'm not trying to run around and do nothing here. Never mind. Thanks. Appreciate it. Once you arrive at the North Desert, do you want me to say come? No, I didn't say come. I wouldn't say that, that's sick. Oh, it's right there. Silent Trials time. I'm so excited. They're my favorite part of the game. Oh my god, I just backed out by accident. Incoming, y'all Squid Girls in the chat. No, I'm gonna be playing it a lot. I'm gonna be playing it a lot. Like, I'm afraid that I'm gonna become a Splatoon streamer and, like, play it for hours. Which, like, period, but, like, I'm scared. I'm scared of who I'm gonna become. I want to get water after I just coughed up a lung. That really hurt. Hurt a lot, actually. What is under my foot right now? It's a nail. Okay. Taking the nails off too. I'm over it. Oh, this is gonna be scary. Oh my god, he's so fast! Oh my god, they're so fast. I forgot how fast they are. Jesus. Oh my god, please. How do I get up there? What? I forgot these guys do that. I forgot! Well, if it's over. Fucking Christ. Oh. Oh my god. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Holy shit! That was scary as fuck. How do you get in that tree? But we have to figure it out because, like, I have to get this and then run across the entire map. No, I literally thought we were gonna die too. I don't know how I survived. Oh, I have to roll into it. Okay. Silly me. 3 left. Oh! I thought that was the fucking pit. I was like, oh my god. Thanks for lurking, kitten. How the fuck do I get over there? Oh, we did it. Arctic Knuckles, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Thank you so much for coming. Okay, well... Twilight Princess! We need to play that ASAP. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had an amazing stream of Twilight Princess. Oh god. I think this is where this goes south. We don't have a lot of time. Go. Now it's about getting back. Ooh! Brought everyone with me, please. Well, this is the Silent Realm, and it's pretty much like Twilight Princess. It's very scary, very spooky, very immersive. I love it. It's my favorite part of the game is doing these. They're one shot, one kill, so you have to like pace yourself and be smart. I think we're good. We did it! First try again. Oh, we got the item. First try, no cry. No cry. No idea where to go next, like actually. I would assume inside the temple. I just want to get to a good point, so I'm not like, I have no idea what's going on. It's not in the temple. Okay. I do have to do a reveal. I'm sweating, and I've been sitting here in this jacket very tightly for a long time. That is so much better. I don't know why I decided to wear a leather jacket in the middle of the summer, but it's fine. I don't remember where I got this top, but I found it the other day and I was like, oh, interesting, I forgot I had that. So when I put my fit on today, I said, instead of the turtleneck, I'll wear this. Because I have a like blue turtleneck that I was gonna wear, but I was like, it's so hot. Why would I put myself through that? Thank God we have this. Nice. Perfect. Oh my God. That was scary. Wait, that's not gonna help. Hold on. Why did I do that? Oh. Can I reach that? Damn. I feel hot. How's your day been? It's been good, SB. How you doing? I want to get a good chunk of this game done today, so I... Do you mind? Fucking stupid things? Jeez. Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm gonna open this chest. Wow. No one moved. Hello. Something something I don't care about. Lol. Oh. Thanks. But the water has evaporated and the area is now filled with sand. Lovely. I'm sure there's a sand monster that I don't want to see. Dan, thank you for the follow. I like it so far. Sounds pretty. First time watcher, this game sparks so much memories. It's definitely an experience. Yeah, we're really... I've played this game before too. It's really fun. I just haven't played the remake, so that's why we're playing it. But it's been a couple streams now, so... I know this game's long, but... I'm making it through. I'm doing a good job. Okay. This is the type of music I listen to when I'm off stream. It makes me feel cozy. Oh wow. Okay, guys. Free money! If I could collect it, that'd be nice. No, literally. I'm like, I used to play with motion controls, but like the control stick is such a weird, like, gimmick. It's really bizarre, but whatever, I guess. I'll do what I can to play. Good night, Mia. I love motion controls. I think they're funny. Oh, I'm driving this boat? True. Like, actually. Well, does the carpet match the drapes? I thought that said strippers retreat. I said, yes. Let's ride. I have a feeling something's gonna attack us in the ocean next time, and I don't like that. I don't even know what that is. Wave race? What is that? What? What are we speaking of? I'm confused. LOL. LOL. Thank you so much. We are one with Poop Fart. I don't know what that is. I'm just gonna ignore it. Oh, we have to grapple onto it. Oh, wow. That's cool. fucking stupid as shit. Sorry. Just my opinion. That's my opinion! Do I just blow this up? Let's see. I do! I thought I had to do something else. I don't know what Link would get. Maybe like a garter belt. Did you know that Gwen from 12 Drama Island, she wears garters? Like, there was an episode that they, like, took off her pants or whatever because Heather pranked her. And I was like, why are you wearing garters on, like, at your camp retreat? I was like, that's so bizarre. Like, every day you wear those? This Link parkour moment. Alright, fun's over. I'm not enjoying my time anymore. Bye. Nice. The buns. What the hell is this? Oh Jesus, here we go. No, I don't want to. Oh, work. That explains that. Oh my god, my wig is not on correctly. That's so funny. Don't look at me. I actually really like this area. I like this, like, parkouring shit. It's really cool. It's all fun and games until I fall, though, and then I have to restart. Then it's not fun. What is that above it? I'm afraid that's gonna hurt me. I knew it! I knew it! I told y'all! Little bitch. Yeah, watch this, Mr. Krabs. Bitch! Come on. Drop it down low. Hiya! Yeah! Hello? Hello? I wait. Hello? There we go. Hello? Is anyone home? Oh, please. Let's clean the room. Let's vacuum up the room. A little noise it makes when you like do that. That's pretty. That's on Game Pass, the Power Wash Simulator thing. I want to play it. Definitely Melody. Definitely Melody. Or, no, what's the Froggy one? The Froggy one's cute. Oh my god, my legs. Oh my god. That's so sad. They're all fucking dead. Oh. Well, I thought there was something we needed in there. Now we're just playing Wind Waker in Skyward Sword. Like, we have a sea chart, we're gonna go around the world. There's a cicada and it will not shut up. Gotcha. Hi, Shay. So that's all we needed was just the sea chart? I find that very hard to believe. I guess so. Oh! Well, damn. Well, now I have to take the long way down. Oh, there's a zipline right here. They predicted that. They said, we know people are gonna fall like Nem just did, so we're gonna put another one. Okay. Please. No, there definitely is. I see it. They have the sail for when you fall down in the sky, so you can do that. That's in Breath of the Wild. Can I speed boost? Sad. Good night, Cams. Thanks for hanging. Everybody going sleepies. Yeah, I'm literally crashing the boat right now. I'm not doing a good job driving. I don't know how to drive. I'm terrible. This ocean right here makes me nervous. It's very dark and deep. I don't like it. Stop. The Leviathan's actually scary as fuck. Is this when we get to ride the roller coaster? Roller coaster ride. Sunday night. Whoa, whoa. Talking about me inside. Me inside. Whoa, whoa. Can top of night. I miss Universal and Disney. I didn't even get to go on my favorite rides. I want to go on rides right now. I love the Mummy one. My favorite one was the Hogwarts one, though. I know that's like redacted, but like, I did like that one. I'm just gonna walk right past you guys. I think I'm gonna be sick. That was fun. I quite enjoyed my time. I want the Mario Party game. Sour bad. I get on. More roller coaster. I do a little dance. I do a little dance. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ah, yeah. That's Pit. Oh my goodness. Almost tipped right over. Oh, we gotta take a right. We gotta take a right. Take a right. Take a right. Oh! Okay, we did it. Wee! Oof. Eep! This is scary. Eep! Almost just died again. Ooh! Slay the world! Oh! Almost just went over. I'm having fun. I go wee on the roller coaster. I'm scared. Hello? I didn't get the item I needed. Where the fuck was it? Oh, is it right here? Probably not. I'ma save then. Save. I go in here. Oh. What is this? The fuck is this? Oh, this place scares me. I don't like it. Please, I love Donkey Kong Country. You want me to go in there? Is that what you want me to do? Is that what you're telling me? You want me to go into the pit? Into the pit. Oh, that looks lovely. That looks so nice. Oh my god, actual jump scare. That actually scared me. I thought it was a dead body. Nothing? Can you please? You are nothing. You are pathetic. Hi, Joy. Wait. This isn't right. This is not correct. We didn't get anything out of there. We didn't even get an item. Where the fuck are we supposed to go? What if it respawned? How low can we go? But we didn't find anything on this island. That's the problem, Fee. Oh. Because there was nothing on this island. He doesn't give a shit. He's like, whatever, I'm out. Okay. Okay, we have to go here, I guess. Can I take these away? Okay, perfect. So it is this way. Okay. We're gonna run into an enemy, I know we are. It's not gonna be fun for us. We're gonna die. We're gonna die a painful death. Just kidding. What is that in the sky? Oh, it's a flag. I was like, This doesn't look good. Why are we going here? We're gonna get, like, murdered. This is like in Resident Evil 5 when Chris and Sheva just show up to these islands and start killing everything. With the crocodiles. That was horrible. Scary. What the fuck? Eep. Oh, God. I'm gonna save before we go in here because this place looks scary. Nope. Do it. Oh my god, there were so many of them. Did you see that? Is there a hook shot anywhere by chance? Not on this side. Let's go the other way. Do you like that? Very creative, isn't it? Strange things betwixt. I have an idea. Trisha, thank you for the follow. Just coins? That's it? That's a lot of fucking money. Oh, shit. Oh. The music change? I'm scared. Oh, good morning. Did you nap or something? Was that supposed to be hard? Oh, work. Makes it so the sand isn't sand, right? Yeah, it does. My favorite enemies. They're back. Back again. Giving you a dose of what's happening. Please. Well, you had a long day, so... You missed a lot, though. You're gonna have to listen to the monologue again. Hi, Vlad. Only here for a sec. Thank you. We're gonna finish this dungeon. I'm gonna get 2 done today, and I am determined to do that. Oh no! I was at the end! You're so... Ugh. Okay. We did it. What's in there? What's under there? Nick, please. Nickelodeon? That was so... I like thought she was talking about Nick Jonas. I was like, what? That was not the case. Oh, wow. I'll take this. Okay. Okay. Alright, guys. Remember when these things used to die in 1 hit? Yeah, I miss it. I'm gonna be on my way. 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 You all can kiss my ass. Get off me, you freaks. Okay. No fun allowed. Oh, I... Alien superstar. I'm conducting for this world. This doesn't make sense, love. Can I throw it through? Okay. Unique. Do this. Watch this, Mr. Krabs. Okay, I lied. Don't watch anything, Mr. Krabs. Excuse me, I'll be going. Oh, I like this. I like the looks of this. Give me some hearts. Okay. Alrighty then. Thanks. You think so? I really like, I like that song, but I like, what the fuck is it called? Wow. I like Rina Sawayama. The best Cuff It. I like that one a lot. It's my favorite one. I was like, why do I feel like the song's named Cuddling, but it was Cuff It, See You, same thing. Something about gay people. True. You really got me there. You got me. Got him. Your turn. Okay, so what now? Oh, wow. Oh, okay, wow. Okay, this is confusing me. It's making my brain hurt. My brain is working overtime right now. When oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah. Having to do this again is okay. Oh. I could possibly die and I really don't want that to happen. Wait, no, I have a fairy. I'm good. I was like, we're not starting at the start of the dungeon again. That's not my story. Are you serious to me right now? You're gay. Oh, it's on the other side. I mean, it could be worse, this dungeon. It probably will get worse, but it could be a lot worse. Oh, God. Got it. Okay. Unique. I have to pee, I have to pee, I have to pee, I have to pee. Oh, that wasn't even the dungeon? Hmm. That's camp. Oh, it was. What? Yeah. You want me to what now? This is like the pre-dungeon. Oh, it's over for me. It's over. I'm gonna pee my pants. Haha, pee pants. Okay, so we go over there. Simple as that. I'm gonna get 2 dungeons tonight. Done. I don't think that's the case, love. But we're gonna try our hardest. I'm going pee. You're sick. You love to get me riled up. You always want me in fight mode. Scorpios. Should be fire signs. My bra is fucking killing me. How long have I been live? 5 hours? I feel like I've been here for like 8. This bra is kicking my ass. Wait, what? How am I supposed to get it? If it's over there. Under there. If it's like here. We've done a lot, actually. This part can be a bit difficult because there's a lot going on. You have to ride around the sea while using the downsing mechanic. Ugh. Oh my god, I remember how annoying this is. No. Ah. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, wow. Oh, there it is. Nope, I lied. I lied to you all. I lied. At least I'm pretty. No, there's not enough people for me to enjoy poppers here in the chat right now. I gotta be hyped up. I gotta have the best season. I gotta be silly. Well, damn, I bored you to fucking sleep, so... When it was literally right on top of me 2 seconds ago? Okay. This is horrendous. Got you. Thank God. That was horrible. Thank God I looked at the guide. I was like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? Yo, what? This isn't even... This is pre-Dungeon 2, the sand shit? What? Wow. I'm gonna be honest with you, I literally don't remember any parts of the game, like, after the water lady. I just don't remember anything right now. I don't even remember how I got to the end game. Like, I seriously don't remember this at all. I guess my memory is just shit. That's because I'm old. Yep. Old lady. Old fucking lady. Aha. You can't fool me. Give me the bow. I need the bow. Where is it? Whoa. Yes. There's a huge boat. Yeah, honestly, it's kind of strange. I almost said strange. What does that mean? Fuck. What the fuck? Bottom, top, bottom, right. Top, bottom, and right. This means the order of in the room is bottom, top, bottom, right. Oh. Please. Oh my god. Nice. I'm not fucking looking at that clue. Fuck you. I'm good. God, I look so pretty. I need more makeup brushes. I need to put more makeup brushes on my throne. Or, like, more makeup on my throne, I should put. Because I wish I could, like... I want more makeup, but... Makeup's expensive. So when I do, like, colors and stuff, I feel so pretty. Like, this blue today is so gorgeous. Literally. That's why I'm doing that thing on TikTok. I'm like tagging makeup brands until they hopefully respond to me. I've never worked with a makeup brand. I work with video game companies and stuff. I haven't worked with a makeup brand before. Like, never. Which is shocking, but whatever. I guess I'm a flop. I remember this fight, never mind. Rock the plank, matey. He's kind of hot. Arg, matey. Wait, Mia would love this. It's pirates. Oh. Hey, stop. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Oh shit. What? Unfair. Whew, that was close. These boss fights are getting really close. Yes, Fee, thank you so much. Very perceptive. Yes! Now we have all the items! Mati matas. Mati matas. Mati matas. My tatas. My tatas. Mine are fucking burning up. Everything's tight today. My bra is really tight. My panties are tight. Like, I'm about to go upstairs and lay in the shower for like an hour. Like, it's horrible for me. You know, when you get like those like lines on your body because something is so like on your skin, it's the most uncomfortable feeling. The half a heart I have right now, slay. No, literally. It feels lovely. Oh no. Let's not. Not while I have no hearts! I don't need these. Okay, guys. Maybe. It's not a bikini, is it? It's like a halter stripper top. I can't wear a leather jacket in this heat forever. slay. I just ate that up. Widowmaker here. We in the cord. I know, literally, I'm struggling. One hit and it's game over. Like, I literally have to restart all of this. Best movie. Charlie's Angels best movie. Oh, that was to do... Okay, interesting. Oh, there's a bad guy right there. No, I think some other things made you gay. What was the point of coming over here? Oldest game I've played. Oh, hook shot. Hello? There was no reason to come over here. I don't know what the old... Maybe Ocarina of Time. I think. No, Donkey Kong Country when we played it for the Super Nintendo. We played that. That's definitely the oldest. That's the closest to 2D I'll get. We don't usually do a lot of 2D stuff. Everybody's liking Cult of the Lamb. I'm not gonna play it, but everybody's really loving it. Like, I've seen so many people play it. I'm like, what is happening? My drink just jumped back in my face and splashed me. Okay. Alrighty then. Literally just got hate crimed. Oh my god, my eye is so uncomfortable. What is happening? Please, just, I need to finish this dungeon. Oh my god, please! Okay. The fun, it's over. Oh my god. Ugh! Get away. I thought I had a grasp on what to do there, but I guess not. Oh. Aha. Wait. Got you. The way I'm literally gonna become a Splatoon streamer, I don't care. I'm so excited for the new game. I actually am so excited. We go back. I slowly take the cup away from my mouth so it doesn't splash me. I'm gonna finish this dungeon. I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna be a pro gamer. I'm gonna slay boss the house T-Wig. you being serious or are you memeing? I think they did in the first game, so you'll be fine. Why am I toying around? Oh! Stop, I didn't want to do this. I literally accidentally ran on it, please. Please! I'm gonna get murdered. Murdered. Give me that. I want it. Before I put this on there, is there anything I need to do? This, I think. Oh no, we don't. You have to get there. Jesus. Okay. Seriously? Oh, I see. I see what it wants me to do. You tricky video game. Sneaky, sneaky. I did it. It's too much. Do I have to turn the power back on? Let's find out. Yes, I do. I'm glad that's an option, so I don't have to, like, go all the way down there and find out. Okay. Oh my god, my tummy looks so big. Don't look. Body dysmorphia check. I'm a survivor. I will get there. I won't back down. We can't back down. Scared me. Aw, man. Oh! Close. I did it. I freed them. My little babies. They were in gay baby jail. Ow. Why am I on the Titanic? No, literally. Wait. Don't tell me I have to go all the way back down there. I literally have to go through all of that again. You're literally lying to me right now. That's literally pathetic. Come on. Come on, guys. Do better. He told me where the captain's quarter was, but I skipped through his dialogue, so I have no idea where it is. I'm gonna pretend like it's on the second floor because I'm quirky. I don't know. Shut up. Something something bye bye ring or something. She's so real for that. She's so mother. She will always be famous. Roger. Okay, I think it's up here. Pretends to know where I'm going. I'm gonna save. feel like I've done a lot of progress, and if I die, I will literally lose it all and lose my mind. Is that what it is? Sync my bling bling bye bye ring? Mother. Let me in! It's over, isn't it? Isn't it over? It's not, actually. Okay, so you tell me to come into this room just to go out of the room to... okay. Is there a thing? There's not. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Shut up. I like the delay between all your messages. It's very camp. Just spacing out her lyrics. It's true. I'm a sleigh boss. I have a gamer girl fat cock. I can do this. I'm so sexy. I will survive. Hey, hey. Oh, I just step on this and then I do an arrow. I hear my cat. Little Monty. Little Monty baby. He's a little hungry for a snacky. Oh, he's probably bothering my cousin. My poor cousin's probably trying to sleep in the living room and Monty's like, meow, meow. I don't know what I said. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't know what I said. Oh. I was like, what? But your name's not Arrow anymore, it's rather not be here. On my new PC. I giggle promiscuously. I giggle very demurely. Giggles, shits, and farts cutely. Do you ever just think, like, somebody, like, could be watching this that's, like, you know, maybe into you, and I just say things like that, like giggles, shits, and farts? There's never, like, okay. You're talking to my father. That one time, that troll, remember that troll? You came to your parents? Monty does slur, he's horrible. He literally won't leave me alone and he calls me horrible things until I give him treats. And then we all just say he looks cute. Atlantic boots that I keep. Something, something, bye-bye ring. Oh, another puzzle. I'm sure you're gonna love this one, Arrow. I got this one. This one I'm gonna do faster than the rest. Oh, I think I'm getting somewhere. Oh, oh, oh. Nope. That's not it? Are you kidding? Oh, wait, go back. Oh, go that way. Go. Yes, right there, right there. Okay. I hit the reset button again! Fuck. I had it. Oh. I got it this time. Didn't hit the reset button that time, baby. Thank you. I want food. I'm hungry. Someone buy me dinner. Someone be a romantic and buy me food and dinner. What's happening? Oh my god, we are on the Titanic. Oh my god! Ew, that noise. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Oh, he didn't like that. She just told you? Fuck you. How about that? Fuck you. I don't need to read where I'm going. Oh my god, we are on the Titanic, like actually. Atlantic boots, something deep I keep. Raja, I'll figure out your lyrics one day. One day. Oh, Skyward strikes. Oh! I'll show you a Skyward strike. I'll show you my Skyward sword. Sorry. We're gonna die. I don't remember this boss at all. I think my friend did it. Or my cousin. What is this emo girl? I'm in love with an emo girl. This wig? Oh no! There's a joke in here somewhere about this boss. Probably very inappropriate, but whatever. Boobs! Oh, shit. Hey, I did it. I didn't even need a hint. Yeah, same. I don't like the design of it. It looks like a silly Pixar character. I cut off your hand. Haha, no hand. Haha. Oh. Well, that's nice. Wait! I'm supposed to shoot it in the face. I forgot. Well, I'm gonna die, so that's fun. Oh my god, I suck! Are you kidding? What is wrong with me? Why can't I aim this? Wait. Wait. Okay, well I just wasted a boss. I wasted a cycle. I guess you have to get close to it. Two for one. Oh god. Oh wow. Oh. House music. Oh wow. Oh my god. Stop. Oh my god, stop. Okay. Oh, I did it. Work. You better work. 2 dungeons, 1 night. Let's go. No, because I kind of ate. Thank you. Oh, I thought you were talking about, like, mine. I was like, yeah, it's mine. It's, like, special. My purple shield, it's mine. Yeah, I was like, where are we gonna go for this flame? Because we never met somebody to give us the blessing, but I guess we just do it here. I thought it said AI. I was like, who is AI? But it's literally... Oh, shut up! As if I need more of those. No one moved. You're so welcome. Get the fuck away from me. hate this area. I never want to come back. Do not make me come back. Don't. You hear me? Don't make me come back. I probably have to come back later. It's X. I didn't know it was X to speed boost. I'm home, honey, I'm home. All right, we did 2 in 1 day. So that leaves the last one, and then we have to do the Leviathan, and then we final boss. We have to do Imprisoned again. We still have, I would say, 2 streams of this. We have to do Sky Keep. So I think 2 more streams at the very least. Maybe 1 long one, but whatever. Yeah, so I mean, we did a lot of progress today. We did like 3 chapters, which was pretty solid. We went from chapter 9 to 12, and there's 18 chapters. Which sounds... No, we're at 13, my bad. So we did like 4 chapters. And we have... I don't do math, but we have some left. My stomach? The rumble it just let out? I'm happy to stream for y'all. I'm gonna take tomorrow off so I can order some food and like good food and have like a good time. And like just take the day off to relax. Oh, he's ending. Fuck. Thanks, Nem. You're welcome, Cole. Let's just raid Booby Lady. I don't have anyone on my follow list live right now. LOL. Wait! Okay, he just got raided. Hold on. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna raid Chalet. Please say hi. Please enjoy your time over there. He's a great content creator and awesome friend I have on the internet. So go enjoy the stream. I'll be back on what's tomorrow's Sunday, so Monday or Tuesday, probably Monday. So have a good time over there. They are playing Hollow Knight. So enjoy that, and I will see you guys later. Thank you so much for hanging in. I love hanging with y'all. See you later.